What up? Welcome back. Um, I'm back on here. It's been a few days since I was last on here to kind of check things out on my app and start building some things again. Back to my old setup, my old original setup, so things should be much easier for me to get things done and be much more productive. But like it says from the title, gonna keep working on kind of that social network that I was building out earlier. If you had checked out some of my previous streams, and yeah, like probably gonna do that. Probably gonna hop over to my other app too because I kind of want to get that done. But as always, man, if you have any comments, questions, go ahead and leave them down in the comments. I'm gonna try to be as transparent as possible. Turn some of this music down. It's kind of loud. There we go. All right, so let's just hop right into it. Let's start this up. Um, I think I need to start my Docker. So I had already set some things up when you work across multiple computers, kind of like I do sometimes, especially when I'm traveling around. It can be kind of a hassle to get everything back up and running. So I kind of did all that on the previous days, getting my old PC back up to the current state of where I'm at, and then updating everything. So kind of go through a whole thing. It's been months since I used it, so it can be kind of a process sometimes. You need to make sure everything's running smoothly. But I got that up the last couple of days, so should be good to go now. All right, let's see where we left off here. Um, it was different database. Let's see if I remember that password. Cool. All right, so I had done a bunch of work behind the scenes offline, um, kind of figuring, kind of finishing the things that we had been trying to do the last couple of streams. Number one of those is I finished the DMs, which let's go to it right now. Let's just pick Harvey Birdman. Why not? All right. So where are we? Just realized you can't see what I'm doing. Hold on, let me. So y'all probably can't see because of the aspect ratio. Let me see if I can fix that. So I'm working on a much bigger monitor, so now it's getting cut off on the stream. Don't want to switch it. Let's do this. I'm just gonna adjust this. All right, since I'm working on a much bigger screen, I'm gonna shorten this so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. Um, let's do this. Let's add. All right, so I'm gonna do. Add this background. E. Do like that. Now y'all should be able to see what I'm doing. See my code. You can see my code fine. It's just my all right, we'll stick to that. You should be able to see what I'm mostly doing. All right. So like I said, I updated my DMs here with some new features. Obviously, first of all, use this React Emoji Picker, a package by I don't know who it was by. Let me see. Give them their credit. Emoji Picker React version 4 from two authors. Ilush, Eviatar, whatever. So that's the package I kind of decided to go with. Pretty much works straight out of the box. It's really easy, really easy to implement. I can show you here. As you can see, button click opens up a quick select of emojis, and full click gives you the full range. Obviously, on mobiles, it's not really that big of an issue because your keyboard typically has its own emoji selector, and that works just fine. But you know, not everybody works from there. Some people use their laptop still, and I wanted and PC still, and I did want to have that be an option. So, quick select, you know, quickly insert some emojis to the input field. That works perfectly fine, and I can give you a quick look at my code for it. Here's my emoji picker button that actually does all of the actions. Some typing done right here. Some of the parameters. Some use effects here. This was to actually get the styling change of what it was because it's coming out light and it wasn't picking up the theme of my app for various reasons, which I won't go into all that. But this basically just uses does a check to make sure that what theme I'm working on. So if I switch to light theme, it'll pick up on that, and if I go dark, it'll pick up on that as well. And then it's just for basically escaping from the picker. There's some other logic in here that escapes when you click, especially GIFs. And then, just basic button. Then the actual input is pretty easy. You just kind of import this whole emoji picker and pass it some options to get it to do what you want. And you can obviously do some styling, which you probably will need to do. But I implement that in my DMs, which, is fairly straightforward for what it was. And then next thing I really want to do was bring over images so you can directly post. So now you can directly share images in the DMs to another user. You can like our existing image functionality is you can send up to 10, it all gets compressed and goes to the same place, gets uploaded to the same kind of bin. So that was pretty easy to implement. Just extended the existing image post and brought it over to DMs. You can see it works just fine with some lightbox functionality. So you don't need to post everything. You can have a lot more interactivity in the DMs, which people kind of expect. And then last thing I kind of implemented was our GIFs. This one I do a kind of a deep dive on. I looked at Giphy, which was the OG, but there's a lot of honestly, a lot of people were saying a lot of bad things about Giphy, so I decided not to go with it. And there was a whole kind of pricing thing that gets pretty expensive if you use this in any amount. Then I looked at Tenor, but then apparently Tenor was ending their API or their Google kind of API ending. So I looked around, found this GIF implementation from Clippy, which so far has been extremely helpful, and pretty easy to implement. You just create your own API IP and you kind of plug in there. I think I can find. This one has a lot more customization than the emoji picker, but you call into API, very easy to kind of did some very guard clauses and make sure you only pull from their URLs. Read your documentation. This is where like the AI comes in really handy. Instead of having to scan all the documentation, you can kind of just copy and paste it into AI and tell it to find what you want it to find. And it does a pretty good job of that. It found exactly what I needed, and then I was able to plug that into the API. Search functionality works pretty well. It's very fast. It has its own kind of rate limiting, but I also rate limited on my end. I believe the free tier or the testing tiers like up to 100 or something like that, but it's pretty easy to get your own production key, which I did. And then yeah, so I mean it works pretty well, as you can see. So I can kind of show you what I did there too. This is my GIF picker, the button that you see. Typing the actual files that you expect to get from Clippy. Again, you have to read the documentations to get the sizes and what it returns, to know what you should be expecting, to make sure things are getting snuck by security wise. Some props for my button itself. Debounce the search to make sure it's not overloading my services. Some closing actions, clean up, and then infinite scroll to actually just continue scrolling. Overall, pretty easy implementation. Once you read the documentation, get what you need. I kind of implemented things wrong the first time. I used files instead of file. Didn't get the right sizes, but once I found it in the documentation, it was all pretty easy to implement. Very simple. And it's just sharing the actual URL, so you're not actually having to save anything itself in terms of the actual GIFs, which can be a bit of a problem. So again, schema for the search to make sure you're getting exactly what you want. My rate limiting here, it also rate limits on the back end, but I also wanted to do it on my own app. To protect just in case, making sure you're getting exactly what you expect. Here's the URL that's, again, handling trending search and autocomplete. And then here's the response. Yeah, and here's actual data that you're kind of getting back. And then that's where you kind of pass forward to the DMs. So pretty straightforward, honestly. Didn't take me that long, but I did run into some small hiccups when I was first implementing it. I just had to dive deeper into the API. So if you're looking for a kind of GIF implementation for your apps, I would highly, highly suggest Clippy. It's, as they say right now, as they're saying, it's completely free, and they're saying it's going to stay that way. There is an ad tier where you can add ads to the actual selections, which might do in the future. I don't know, but overall works pretty well. And again, I also implemented it here in the comments, and then did some styling to make sure it works on all sizes. One thing I had to catch was, for example, replies need to make sure they don't extend past the container. So overall, very responsive, very fast, and does exactly kind of what you want it to do. So that was the last thing that, before I kind of signed off last time, that we were kind of working on, but I figured that out the last few days and tightened things up, and yeah, look pretty good so far in terms of functionality that I wanted to implement. So everything was working really well. Pretty much has all the things that you expect. I finished my share functionality, which you can share on all socials, and you can share on your device, especially if you're using mobile. And then you can just send this to, again, anybody. Let's say, along with the message, this is just a test. Again, emoji picker works as well. Let's go to my favorite one, is the eyes. You send it to somebody. It's shared to the direct message. Come in here. As you can see, passes on the live data, and then gets styled into a card as you would kind of expect, that is navigatable. Again, tracks all the shares and tracks if you share a specific one. Put all those in the routes. So it works for posts, works for all the posts, even like text. Let's go, for example, you can share that. Get styled appropriately, can travel to it. Collections work the same way. Let's see, let's check my collections. This was a tricky one. Also get shared. Should come out as a card. Again, boom, share the collection. Get shared as a card with the information that is relevant to it. And this was kind of a little tricky because I had to get the specific first image of the collection cover, so I had to do some extra wiring for this one, but got it working. Looks pretty good. And now I'd say the last thing we have sharing was profiles. So let's go here, check him out. Let's go to send, get shared. Boom, profile, tags, click. So we implemented sharing and implemented supercharging basing our DMs and our comments, make them more interactive as people kind of expect them to be. Those are all things that I felt like were must haves for kind of any kind of social platform, whatever. But honestly, not that difficult to implement. Sharing, the hardest part was kind of just making sure they're styling and appearing properly within the actual DMs and direct messages. It's basically you're sending information, pull the information from the JSON, get what you need, and then restyle it. So honestly, the styling part was probably the hardest thing of this. The Clippy API was extremely easy, and the GIFs were also pretty easy to implement. So, I mean, the Clippy GIFs were very easy to implement, and emoji was also pretty easy to implement if you just use the emoji React picker package, which I use. So, got the core functionality pretty tight. Did a bunch for the security, and I'm gonna have to continue to do things secure wise. Next things on our list is definitely securing images, and eventually I'm gonna have to put a malware scanner on a separate server that's gonna get passed from the upload to that server, then to where it's actually ultimately going to be stored. But that is going to probably be something I do on my own offline. Pretty full functioned. Doing all these kind of core things is setting us up for our next thing that we want to do is implementing a full new feature called collectives, which is kind of a page, so to say, or group profile where multiple people will be able to post to a page slash profile called a collective, i.e. the name, and they all get credited. This is basically going to be aimed towards labels, studios, production companies, anybody like artist collectives, where they can all come together and have one page and share and amplify each other's works. The whole purpose of said collective. That was a core function that I wasn't able to sneak in Volume 1 because there's going to be a lot of moving parts of that. But that is the next on my goals of things I want to do to improve this feature set and make it kind of more unique, so to speak. So that is my next goal. I don't know if I'm going to start that right now, but this is kind of where we are right now in the shape of things. Cleaned up a lot. Works very well. Works on production. Yeah, I'm just going to keep kind of plugging away and adding things on that side. So what else did I want to do? Oh, other thing I added was I was having some problems with my embeds working on my masonry feed. I forget which actual package I use to handle, because I use a package to handle my masonry. I want to say Masonic. So I used this package, which, I've actually tried probably about I probably went through about 4 different packages to find the one that worked best for my situation and my setup. Masonry can always be a bit tricky. You can do it in CSS, kind of, but you don't get the full functionality that I want from it. It doesn't lay out exactly in the order that you want when you kind of use CSS. It's typically top to bottom before going right to left, and a timeline feed needs to be obviously in order. So that wasn't working for me. I went through about 3 others before I landed on this one that didn't happen exactly the way I wanted. And the reason why I went with this one is because this is a very, very performative, very versatile, and like it does virtualized masonry. So that means like it pulls in data as needed. So it doesn't load everything all at once. As you scroll and you load more, then it kind of loads that. And if you scroll, it kind of gets rid of that old data. So it's not just taking up resources on the website. So this was extremely like helpful for something that has as much kind of media intensive things as I planned our feeds to be. So this is one I kind of landed on. Very, very pretty straightforward to actually implement. Very responsive. I can expand it to any kind of height or width, and it will respond accordingly. It'll calculate extremely fast and fill in the gaps as needed. And like I said, the virtualization was a huge kind of pieces that kind of attracted me to it, especially when you're handling like multimedia like I am. But that also causes problems. And one of those problems is when I have embeds on a feed like that, as let's say you try to go full screen, it basically kick out and kind of refresh the feed, which would kick you out of the full screen, restart the video, and kind of relay out. And that had to do with the virtualization. So I guess the problem I was having was I liked that you were able to play directly in the feed, but if somebody tried to go full screen, that'd be an issue. And while I could have left it like that, maybe I could have like hardwired it so that you couldn't go full screen. That kind of defeats the purpose of what I wanted to be intuitive. So ultimately the solution that I landed on was basically teleporting the entire functionality of going full screen or even playing to a whole separate kind of component. So now when you click on play, it opens up a layer on top of the feed, like basically an overlay, and then plays it in there. and it has no interactions with the feed itself. So that's kind of one workaround that I figured out and had to ultimately kind of land on to implement to make this as intuitive and as smooth as possible. So for example, I click here, now it opens up, creates a teleport, opens up another div on top, and you can go full screen, no problem. And it doesn't reload the entire feed. Obviously, you can't scroll while still playing like was the initial functionality, but can't have it all. So here it is. Again, works with all embeds. Pretty simple to implement. And if people have run into this issue with kind of masonry feeds, which I think is pretty standard, obviously, especially working with one that's as media heavy as this, the only workaround that I've really seen that's viable is to completely just separate the functionality from the feed so it doesn't interact at all. And that's kind of what I did. And that was the last kind of major thing I did and added to this kind of version of improvements and tweaks and things that I was doing to the site. And yeah, like I said, next thing I want to do is build that whole on kind of collective feature, which I did kind of already start to plan out, and I'm going to have to go really like hammer out the details, and I might do it here, I might not, I'm not sure. I guess I can kind of just show my flow. So I'll just show my flow. So like I said, last time I kind of talked about my process is when I started planning out an entirely new feature, I like to lean on Opus 4.6. I think it does a really good job of getting the whole context of my code base and understanding the packages and things, and like coming up with a plan that will effectively tie everything together. And then I switch over to 5.3 because it's faster and cheaper to actually implement the plan. But I found that if you plan things out extremely well and in detail before implementation, you run into far less problems. So like the planning stage for me for any new feature is probably the most important part. Implementation is implementation, honestly, not the hardest part. But if you can plan it out to the detail, to minute detail, you can get a feature up pretty fast and have it be really solid because you got thought of everything beforehand and not having to go back and change things, especially when you're dealing with like database and schemas and all that. It can get pretty messy. So you really want to plan things out. And honestly, Opus 4.6 so far for me has been the best tool for doing that. So I'll just start this and plan this out right now. I don't need to do that. Let's do this. To work on next feature for collective. I had actually started this last night, so I'm gonna pull up. Okay. So major things I needed to consider when I was making this feature is, do I want it to basically be a fully custom feature, or do I want to use any of the plugins or additions to things I already use? And what I had looked into was BetterAuth, which is my authentication system that I pretty much use on every app. It has a very robust set of features and also has a very robust set of plugins that extend the functionality of it even further. And one of those plugins that I found and I have used on my other app, if you see me on here, is organizations. Organizations is an extremely powerful tool that allows you to create so-called pages that handles all invitations, memberships, roles right out of the box, so you don't have to like hard code everything yourself. And it plugs in very easily to what you already have set up because I've done this before. So I've kind of trying to figure out a way to implement that with the custom kind of implementation that I need for this new feature set. But it is pretty flexible, so I think I figured out a way to implement organizations to do what I want it to do. In terms of this social network is that was kind of the main thing I really want to figure out. Do I need to hard code this? Do I need to build this all from scratch? Do I need to figure out roles, invitations, all this thing again? Or can I use organizations? And I think I can, because at first I was thinking, here's one thought process. At first I was thinking that you could change a user profile, or user could change their profile to be a so-called collective, which gives them this added functionality of, cross posting, cross sharing, and like having members and artists and lineups and rosters of people, basically turning into a full-on kind of group collective. But that also introduces a lot of extra complexity that I didn't really want to handle, because it can get very messy in terms of how do you handle private DMs, how do you handle deletions, how do you handle removing people, would you be able to switch your profile back, yada yada yada. It was kind of what I was thinking in terms of like Instagram, where you can change your profile to, let's say, a business profile, creator profile. It unlocks certain features, but it doesn't really change the core functionality of what you're doing, in terms of like opening it up to other people and other roles and whatnot. It just gives you features, new features, and locks some features, which is pretty easy in terms of just authentication. So I pretty much scratched up pretty early on, and I figured out that I'm pretty much gonna have to create a so-called page, which honestly, kind of like Facebook pages, where you create a page, you're the manager owner, and you can invite other people to also kind of contribute to that page. And that is basically kind of the route that I think I'm going to have to do. So that is where better auth organization comes in handy, because it plugs in immediately into in terms of what you need to do. It gives you the role, makes you owner in its own kind of separate entity. But then on top of that, I also need to still pass on same sort of functionality for that organization or collective, whereas they need to post, comment, um, have their own DMs and whatnot. And then I'm gonna have to authenticate in terms of who can do what, like who can comment, who can create messages, and if you're do you switch into that role, meaning like, am I commenting as this collective, or am I commenting as my user profile? So I have to figure all that out, because it's not strictly better off's implementation. That's kind of custom things I gonna have to like handle. But I think I will be able to handle that with just some quick new columns in terms of like uh user profiles and the organizations to give that sort of ability. But we'll cross that road when we get there. Um, all right, let's find this the feature. Create your own collective. That allows multi-tenancy. That's what it is. All right, so here's basically how I would plan this out. Like I said, you want to be pretty explicit with what you want in terms of planning out features, and so it knows kind of the whole context. Obviously, you can tweak things as it gives you a response, but I like to be pretty clear with my needs and things, even things you might not think about. I don't like to leave it up to interpretation because it might do things that you don't want or don't expect, and it has its own way of thinking and own way of doing that might not align with what you need. So I try to be very explicit in terms of what I want. So basically, what I said is I want to work on my next feature for collective. The feature will allow users to create their own collective that allows multi-tenancy, basically meaning you have multiple members sharing the same kind of page as profile. The owner/creator of the collective will be able to invite other users to become members, allow them to cross-post content and be listed on a special members tab. And want to utilize better off to handle most of the role, invitation, and tenancy hardwiring. Roles will be owner, creative, admin, and member. Owners and admins will be able to invite and remove members, approve cross posts and comment/message as a collective. And members will be able to cross share their posts to the collective, so it shows on both their feeds, increasing their reach. And then the collective will also be able to cross share with their members. Cross sharing requires approval from the members/collective bidding on the flow. Pretty straightforward. That says, can you help me plan out this feature? Last thing I want to say is will be separate from the user profile, but they can switch into it sort of like Facebook pages. So I said sort of like Facebook pages, so it has an idea of kind of what I'm aiming for in terms of general functionality. I need it to be a separate profile/page functionality that isn't directly tied, that is tied to a user, but does not necessarily need to be signed in as a user. When signed in specific to that page, so when you sign in as a user and you have your own collective, you will be able to switch into that profile, and just like that, it'll be tied intrinsically to that person. Then other details that might pop up later, like how you want to handle things. Do I want to allow changing of ownership? Do I like just things like that? Don't necessarily need to be planned out right away. You want to get the core things so it knows how it needs to set up my schema and general flow of files. And I'll just run that as a plan. See what it comes back with. Let's just run through here. Okay. Music. So I'll need to also implement new features, new sets for like all of these tabs. So post, collections, collectives is probably gonna be one, and then members. I'll probably have to clean up my profile a little bit so it doesn't get too crowded, but because I want to say right here, member of collectives, and I'll have the avatar of the actual collective. In general, I'll pretty much reuse this profile setup. Same for the collective. They'll get obviously different tabs. One of those being roster or members. They can see who's all kind of member of this. And then yeah, I'll clean this up. Add some features here. I would like to tie it into here, but I'm not sure I would be able to because it's just for accounts. So I'll probably have to like add another button that lets you switch into your collective. Oh, that's the other thing I need to do. I do need to add some privacy features in terms of who can add you as collective and also who can add some DM security as well. Let's check on this. So through the planning process, when you're using Opus or others, it'll occasionally ask you questions to clarify exactly what you want, which I think is a very, very helpful, very handy feature, because sometimes it'll ask you questions that you might not have thought of, but are good to kind of nail down from the jump. Should a collective have its own profile page, like a user profile, avatar, bio, cover? Yes, it should have its own. Here, asking a clarified question, asking when the post is cross shared, should it be the same post appearing in both feeds? Meaning, should I just reuse that post and add the corresponding IDs so you can kind of handle it, or do I want to make a copy of that so everybody has their own post, which would obviously double the database? So I would avoid that, and I would just use the same shared kind of reference post and just handle the ownership by adding multiple owners to it. And also keeps engagement counts the same for the post, so you don't have split everything is a headache. Again, another very clarifying question is, how should switching into a collective work? Should it change the entire app context, like multi-session, which I already have set up, which basically allows you to change accounts and you get all brand new, basically rebuilds the session and everything, or just specific areas. Okay, full context, which means header changes, posting as collective, notifications for collective, which is another area I had not thought about, but it needs to handle its own separate notifications. I don't want to have collective notifications also be mixed in with your user profile notifications. I do want those to be separate things because they are ultimately separate things. So basically, I'm gonna do full context, which means the header changes with basically showing you that you are that collective. You're gonna be posting as a collective, and you'll get that notification. So I want that full context switch. And should collectors be discoverable via search? Yes, they should be. So again, you can follow those and all that. It should basically have the same function as a profile, except that it'll be multi-tenant and it'll be tied directly to a user profile. I'm gonna phase this approach. All right. So answer those questions. Now it's gonna try to break this down to different phases. I told it gave me phase one, phase two, phase three, which is the way I like to implement features, so that you don't try to do everything in one big go. It's gonna be very hard to figure out where things break, which things work, where things don't. So I like to do this in phases. make sure these features are still working. I know people still use lorem ipsum. I use a lot in my things, but I found this Wu-Tang lorem ipsum that's kind of been my go-to. Save this as a draft. Go back. Let's go to drafts. Cool, still there. It's working. Publish. Oh. All right. Some images. Look at that. Let's add it to a collection. Oh. Cool. All right, looks good. Let's go. The links. Okay, pull that description, title. Just gotta save. Back to draft, see if it's still there. Just look at the link, title, through to there. Preview again. Cool. Go to boom. Let's go to the post. Cool. Check guess. Works. All right, everything's working really well. All right, let's go back here. So all right, I finished planning. Might not be able to see us, but here's the steps. It does it in basis, which I like. Build a foundation, entity schema, and profile page. Basically, scan my entire code base and figured out the best way to plug in things. Let's see if I agree. Establish collective as a first class entity with the public profile page. All right, I'm add the organization plugin to auth. Basically, I'm gonna install a plugin from Better Off. Okay. Need to create access control. Roles. Then the schema. All right, so I'm gonna need to extend the actual organization schema to have these same fields as I expect from a profile, meaning bio, cover image, tagline, website links, all that. Just do it in a JSON table, kind of the same way I have on my profiles. Is verified. Well, that's a good question. Do I need to verify this? So I'll probably add a scope in here, probably before action, um, or after action. When a actual organization is created, it's just going to go ahead and mark it as verified, because you won't be able to create a collective if you are not a verified user already, and if you're not a creator. So that should already be kind of handled. I shouldn't need to send out an email for you to verify again. Run the migration. Add the tables. Collected the tags, collect the following basically, so you can add tags to it and you can follow it. Create the UI, create a profile page, register on the routes. Member management invitations again. This house can handle invitations, so I'm going to send an invitation email, which I've done before, but now, and since I've already set up a email flow, it should be easy to plug directly into what is already there. But it should also, I also will need to set up a flow where you don't necessarily need to go to your email to accept invite. There will be a request probably section in your profile account. That's what I'm thinking. That will allow you to accept those invitations to the collective, and also to accept cross posting basically. All right. So the plan looks pretty solid. I'll probably have to go there and tweak some things along the way, but pretty big plan, pretty big feature. So honestly, it's gonna take me, um, I'll say at least a week, week and a half to actually get this pretty solid and in a state that might be able to be shipped. But with the use of AI, it does make things much faster because honestly, this would take at least almost a month probably to make sure everything is correctly implemented without it. If I had to hard code everything, so that is again one pretty good benefit of it. So I'm definitely gonna have to switch to a new branch before I do this. So let me go ahead and update this, sync my changes. Let's switch to my main branch. So I'm gonna have to merge with my staging. So make sure I get my latest should be able to push this. Make sure. So it's pushed to my stage right now. I'm gonna go in and check and make sure nothing's broken and everything looked good. I'm probably gonna um push this to my production, but let me just double check that it works on my computer. All right. Generally seems to be working, but let's do one more. Let's switch another account test. All right, seems to be cool. Smart spread. All right, think it's safe to say that I can probably push this. Because I don't want to push. You do not just want to push to production. So I'm gonna let it finish pushing to the staging, and then I'm gonna push this production, and then once everything's good on that end, I will make a branch. I want to make a branch from my latest version of my main. That's also why I'm trying to push all this so I get the latest version without having to rebase and all that. So All right, it says it did it. Let me check.
It's just like, what's the point of knowing what the weather is?
Hi, my name is Hannah Felisa. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts, and today I'm going to be doing a song breakdown.
All right, it looks pretty good. So I'm just go ahead and sync those changes. All right. So while that's pushing, let's do this. What should I call it? Let's call it feature. Select this multi-tenant profiles. It's clear. I'm going to switch to that. Go ahead and publish that. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start implementing the first phase. So first thing I should probably be doing is kind of updating my schema. All right, it's still kind of working, but we can check out what it's kind of done so far. As you can see, it's literally spit out 1,500 plus lines of code within like the last few minutes. Go to schema, see what additions that they made, make sure everything is added appropriately. So again, it's just setting up Better Off's organization plugin, giving it an active organization ID. Here's the actual table setup to actually handle it. This Better Off. Let's remove it. Organizations table, which again, this would all pretty much come from Better Auth itself. Same with members, same with organization invitations. If you look in the documentation, since I've already set this up before, it'll let you know exactly what you need to have in the schema, and I will probably go double check and make sure everything is in there that should be. But quick glance, it looks right. These right here, these are all going to be added additional fields that are going to be custom to what we need. Pretty much this right here is all you're going to need if you're just setting organizations and just using it as is vanilla. You're going to use ID, name, slug, logo, and metadata and avatar. And we'll probably reuse this logo as the actual profile avatar. And then I added my own little field. It added my own fields that I'm going to need for my specific implementation. Members looks, about right. Organization invitations, again, right out of the box. Better Auth organizations handles invitations for you, which is extremely helpful and saves a bunch of time. M542, what's up? How long I've been coding? I've been coding full time, I would say a little bit over a year, but I've been off and on for the last, I would say, 10 years or so. I started out in JavaScript and React and doing PHP and stuff like that. And then now I'm kind of getting into full on app development, full on development from front end to back. So full on, I would say a little bit of a year, but off and on for like the last 10 or so. All right, I'm gonna skip generation. I'm gonna stick migration. I do that myself. All right, he's gonna check my type gen. All right, then here's my custom tables for collected that I added, which again, just like my profiles, you get tags and you get following, and then this is just implementing it for the collective profiles. Expert? Definitely not. I don't think there's such thing as expert. Honestly, just somebody still learning. Somebody still like I got a solid kind of baseline, but still learning and learning how to code alongside all these new kind of tools. Collective following, user ID, organization ID, created that, tag ID. Again, if you look at my other fields I have, where's posted tags? I will probably.
Cheer.
Hey, appreciate the follow. Here it is. I'll probably have to change this because it's going to be my junction tables. We'll probably move this down here to my junction table section where I handle users to tags, posted collections, posted tags, collections to tags. Again, this is just all the joining that I'm going to have to do. Is how I handle tagging and how I handle my tagging and following is because tagging and following are their own tables, and then you're gonna have to have multiple users, multiple posts, and everything. That's how you kind of join them. So I'm gonna move these right here. Let's delete this. Looks good. It's my relations for my collectives. Many members, many invitations, tags, many followers. Looks good. Members relations. One organization. I think I'm gonna change that. I haven't decided yet if I'm gonna allow a user to have multiple collectives or just one. I haven't really decided that out, but I will probably have it be one right now. But you can be a member of multiple. If I'm think about that one. Collect the tag. One organization. One. That don't look right. Hold on. All right, so I'm gonna just ask it. No, I'm gonna leave it to one right now. Organization have many members, many invitations, many tags, many followers. Right now, one user. This is one organization. I'll probably change that to many. Fix that right now. Looks fine. Let's see this implementation. It brought an organization client. It created a permissions helper right here. Here's the organization client, roles, owner, admin member. Check my permissions. This is from Better Off Plugins. Again, organization access. I'm not building these out myself. Create access control. Basically, this is telling you what. Basically, this is telling you what role can do what in terms of creation. So a member can create a cross post. An admin can create, approve, or delete a cross post, and then same with the owner. And this will probably also apply to. This is the new role. So this is adding a cross post role to Better Off. That's why they had to do it because it's not built in specifically to Better Off. So this to extend the functionality of it. It makes sense. Same, import that in the permissions, and then here's the plugins using the organization. Here's the Better Off the organization setup. Here's the roles. Just defining as owner role, admin role, member role. These are the access controls, and then here's the additional schema that I need to extend the fields because it doesn't actually come with that, so I had to extend it with a bio, tagline, cover image, website, and link. So it's telling schema basically telling my database to add these and accept these when I add them. Looks good. Check my. Okay, so what I was looking at the relations was wrong, but the members table already had a unique constraint, had no unique string, so you could have multiple organizations. That makes sense. Then I'll add just updated my user relations so you can easily query what memberships it's currently a part of. Cool. All right, here's my validations. Three to 40. Don't love rejects, but sometimes in a pinch is what you need. I think I already had set up my tags somewhere else. So I'm going to reuse. So my slugs are basically going to be my username. So I'm going to reuse the same validations that I have for my username right here, username schema, which is gonna rule out a reserved set of usernames. Then here's my base username. Again, already set up where you can only use this. And then it's gonna pull this admin. Okay, ignore that. Then you're calling this function, and that's gonna be my schema. So I'm gonna go ahead and reuse that. Max is 40, so I might actually make a separate one. Let me see. Max is 20. I already have the tag schema set up here, so redo that. This is just reusing my profile. Security URL. Let's remove this. I'm gonna tell it to trying to think. No, I wanted to reuse my for collective slugs. keep the same. So right now I created a whole separate validation for slugs, and it increased the max to 40 and came up with their own rejects. But I just want to reuse my username's validation because a collective slug will be pretty much the username, how you will be able to find it, search it, discover it, and interact, and that's what will be displayed. So I don't want to change everything. All right, so far all that looks good. Here's my routes. Collective that create. Okay. Where's the slug? It's probably gonna need more routes in terms of want to keep this same thing. So I'm going to set up these. So let's do that now. Let's go. Shop collections. Can you create collections? Yeah, create collections. Yeah. Here's that. All right, it says it update. Let's see. Base rules. So okay, so it refactored my username schema to allow it to be used both places because it has different labels. So basically gonna say collective must be at least 3 characters. Even though I should just say user. I'm gonna have to undo. All right, I understand why I did that. I don't like that. I did that because it's creating two separate things. Well, it is technically a slug based on Better Off's auth organization plugin. I'm just gonna call it username so people know exactly what it is that they're entering and how it's going to be used. So that's what it's gonna be. Let's do this. So it's getting confused because it thinks it's trying to change the hard coded slug is hard coded into better offs fields, and I don't even want to touch those. I just want it to be visually represented as a username. All right, finally did what I wanted. So basically, the backend field I needed to stay slug. I don't even need to touch that or change that because who cares? But I do need all my validation. What it did is it changed my validation to different. Basically, it overcomplicated things, and it basically changed it to a variable for the label when it doesn't really matter. When you're creating a collective, it's gonna say username because everybody knows what a username is and what it's going to imply and how it's going to be used. So I'm just going to keep it all the same. I don't need to call it a slug or anything else, collective username. Just call it username, and I think that's fine. And it kind of reuses the same functionality. It checks my reserved usernames. And yeah, it just created its own thing, which I'm not really sure why it did. Because this looks the same. Because here's my base rules: string, lowercase, trim, minimum, max, rejects, k rejects, and it gets passed. Okay, so I think the reason why it's not trying to reuse this is because for a user, this gets checked against his admin, which I probably won't be passing when I'm creating. Because if you're an admin, you can bypass my reserved names. But again, and then if you're not an admin, you're basically saying this cannot be used. So I don't really know why it. I'm just gonna remove this whole thing right here. Then I'm just gonna copy this and just reuse it here. That's dumb. Unnecessary. Overcomplicated. All right, so my routes are fine, but I'm bringing to add those files. Let's go. Members. Let's go. Shop. Collections and likes. So let me check. I got media, shop, collections, likes, members, about, and then my post page. All right, looks good. Let's go to my about page. See what it did. All right, so it's looking for a slug. So it's gonna find, this is, again, it's called organizations, but on the front end, it's gonna be called collectives, but I don't need to rename all of the functionality for Better Off, leave it as is. So people come in here and that they are familiar with Better Off, they will know exactly what it's doing. So again, it's gonna find the actual collective. Again, that's what I'm calling collective. And if there's not one, it's not found. And then you're grabbing the member and follower account that I'm gonna have displayed on the about. In return, it's kind of like it's already like my profile about page, but I'm gonna have to obviously update it with some other things. It's using this outlet context. So basically it's getting, the index is this. So it's already finding it with tags. So it's gonna be loaded on every profile. Grab the session, check the membership on the session. So I'm gonna check my members to make sure that you are a member. Well, if you are a member, you get obviously special features and be able to authenticate and show different things to you. Basically, if you are a member, then member record is true. Grab those counts. I don't really need the follower count, do I? Because if I'm getting member follower count here, why am I getting it here? I'll need to go ahead and change that. Check if you're following. Check out this collective. This is just for social sharing. So when somebody comes, like, it shares it on another platform. Basically reuse a lot of my code that I already have set up for my actual post, which is good. This is just my creation route to create a. So I'll probably need to check some of these. This is just the UI that is set up, which Seems okay. Then I'll need to go in and check myself, but my schema looks good, which is the most important part right now. So then I'm gonna just go ahead and let me clear that. So let's go. No errors. Okay, let's generate those types. Make sure it's not breaking anything. All right, done. Looks cool. Still working. Here we go. That might get fixed in another step, so I'll come back to that. One thing I found out when you're using like React Router, you get like these, especially on your local, you might get these little dependencies, which causes frequent reloads. One thing you can do to come fix that, just go to your Vite config, then just add them directly here. So I like to do this. And it'll restart, but you will no longer get those constant restarts. It was very annoying at first. Okay, let's go to phase 2. So it's gonna configure my invitation setup. Let's go implement phase 2. So I need to scope this. Phase 2, I need to scope invitations. Only creators should to join and be invited to a collective. And let's go ahead and scope this one. I need scope collect creation. Only verified creators should be able to create one. All right, so it's going to implement phase 2, which is going to handle my member management invitations, but I gave some context. I need to scope invitations. Basically, only creators should be able to join and be invited to a collective, because I have roles on my site where it's between creators and curators. Curators are more passive. They don't have full access to everything. So I want this strictly to be a creator feature. So only creators should be able to join and be invited in the first place. So you want to be able to invite them. And then I need to scope the collective creation where only verified creators should be able to create one, which will let me handle the verification flag of this collective creation. So what's going to do is going to wire up it's going to basically just add to my email flow this send invitation email, and then it's going to create some routes to manage actual members and some other routes here. It's mostly visuals right now. then notification types and schema. Hmm. Okay, so here I'm gonna do. You should get an invite in your notifications and be able to accept, but then I will create a separate tab to have all your requests. I think that's how we'll handle it. So let's keep those. Until it's implement phase 2. right, let's check this out. See what it's done so far. I already updated my notification type enums. Basically, this is going to tell it what is allowed in terms of notifications. So collective invite and collective member join is going to be a future notification implementation. And then let's see. All right, so it wired up my invite emails. Let's see. Allow user to create organization is the function, create a role. All right, make sure your role is creator, which is an overarching role for my entire platform. And then if it is, you're gonna asynchronously send this invitation email, send to email invitation. This is the data I'm sending along with the invitation email. Then before creation, only allow it. So this is what the scoping is doing. Only allow inviting existing creators. Again, it's gonna find a user, email based on invitation. And if it's not in this, then it's not registered on claim. Only existing creators can be invited. So I'm probably going to wire this up a little bit more. I don't necessarily want you to have to add an email. It's going to be a picker. So kind of like when you do member search, whatever, it'll probably be based on username. But when you click that username, it's going to pull the email associated with that username. And that's the invite that's going to be sent out. And it's going to run that check right here. So and you're going to make sure it's a creator. It's not only verified creators can be invited to a collective. But said verified means you need to make sure. I just want to rethink that a little bit. I don't want to block the functionality of user UX. So I do want you to be able to send an invite, even if they're not verified, but they won't be able to accept the invite until they verify. And that's what I'm gonna do. And you won't even be able to create a collective if you're not verified. So that already scoped that. Let's remove that. So after I create this invitation, this is going to create the notification for this person. Type and if owner member and owner member user ID. Basically, it's not going to notify you if you are inviting yourself. Click the member join. Looks good. Turn off the server. Probably gonna put this under this route or something. Make it a tab in collective, so I don't want a whole separate one. And then it looks like a bunch of UX. So let's go here. So I just updated my notification param so it has the collective invite and collective member joined. And then updated my email server to send the email. Get collective invite HTML. You've been invited to. Send quotations. All right, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna list all my invitations and my collectives on the same route. So I don't need to keep adding excess routes. So I'm gonna do that. Logging to join. There. Collective. Do simplify it and then slash collective should be just collectives. Let's grab you. Issue. This email senders. Email. Collectives is the base URL. create is. I have to go on and see this myself. Let's do this. Let's go. So create two separate routes for collectives. So it's going to list the collective that you're actually a part of, and then there's a whole separate route for collective invitations. I don't want that, so I'm going to tell it to consolidate. Invitations route. List. It's my TSX just separated into different sections. Also, I think my preview is here. Here it is. All right, so I told it basically undo what you did in terms of creating a whole separate route, which I kind of already did, but take my collective invitations and make a subsection in my collectives route so I can list what collectives I'm going to be part of, because most people aren't going to be a part of like a ton of them, and then list my collective invitations on the same page so I don't overcomplicate and have 20 different locations to view something. Everything collected rate should be handled on the same page, so it's going to consolidate that. And then I also told to update. I had set up earlier a long time ago this email preview system, so I can actually check the visuals before I send out emails. On my local machine, it's never 1000% perfect. You don't have obviously dynamic data all the time, but you do what you can. So I told it to go ahead and update that too. All right, so here's the steps saying it's taken, saying it's merged my invitation to collectives. Okay, remove the separate, easy enough, which I already did most of it. So it's just taking code from my collective invitations, what I need, adding to collectives, and then updating the loader. And then it's going to delete that page, and then it's going to create custom data, which you'll see filled in here. Right here, here's the object dummy messages. This should fill in some more dummy information to check how the actual email does look. And if it did it correctly, it should have just reused what I already had. And all right, I'm gonna tell you, go ahead and remove that. Don't remember what route that it was on now. Dev emails. Okay. So it says it merged invitation to this page. Loader now fetches both memberships and pending invitations, which is what I wanted it to do. And it's a separate section at the top with accept/decline buttons, and then followed by my collective membership list. And then it deleted the page, and then it says added. Let's check. All right, but it didn't add any. I want its own separate dummy information. I'll go further. Let's just check it now. Let's go. Restart this. Let's go to dev/emails. Let's go to my invitation. You've been invited to join a it says James invited you to join Design Collective as a member. Okay, that looks good. Cool. So you've been invited to join Collective. James Smith is invited you to join Design Collective as a member. So let's say as an admin. Otherwise, let's do that. Let's go admin, right? As admin. View invitation. Looks good. Now let's go. Might grab. All right, so I want to update this and actually add the avatar right here of the collective if it has one. Not, it should have a default. Let's do that. Let's go. I mean, so far it looks pretty good though. Let's just check my collectives. Check my loader, make sure I added. Check my session. All right, so this is what's doing in parallel. So it's loading my memberships and my invitations, and then you're getting all that back in one promise. So you're finding the member with the organization true, and then query invitations to find pending. Pretty sure there's a way to just do that though. Yeah, right here. So it says to list all invitations for a given organization, you can use list invitations. This is better off built-in way to do exactly what I'm trying to do here. Because it's making two queries right here on the server. It says api.lot.list invitations query. I wonder why I didn't use it this way. Then if you do it this way, it's just one query and you pass in the session header so it knows that you are be part of this, and then you can just here. I'm asking why didn't you? Why didn't Yeah, because it doesn't seem like it's doing. All right, so this is how Better Off suggests to list the user, which I've done before. Off that API, list invitations, and you query based on the active organization, which should be set in the layout. Then grab the session. But right now it's making double queries to the database to get the member, and then which doesn't seem the right way to do it. So let me see. Because then I can get my organizations right here. Same way, the server. Off that API that lists organizations. Again, get the just pass your session headers. Someone ask why I did do that. Because this is probably a way more performative way of getting what it needs instead of making that double query, which I mean, honestly, is not going to be that impactful because most people are probably only be a part of like one or two collectors at the most, and you probably don't have endless invitations. But still, I'm trying to figure out why I didn't just use Better Off's implementation to get what it needs. I actually probably know why. Because while AI can scan the web and kind of get general information, sometimes it can't read everything on a web page. And honestly, you do have to come in here and copy and paste directly what you find yourself in the documentation. So, because it's probably going to have to change this as well in my members pages to get the good get full organization to get the full details. So I can just call this in once and grab all the columns for an organization instead of what's probably doing using the drizzle way, which isn't necessarily wrong, but I like to use Better Off's implementation where I can because obviously they've optimized it to the highest degree possible for that specific functionality. So just not rewrite everything. Same right here. It's probably going to have to do this. It's probably going to change this. I think it's going through and changing everything right now because it's going to list members again. Just do this API off that API, list members, and pass in the session, which is already using Better Off. All right, let's see if it did it right this time. Um, This is why I never just let it vibe code, because it doesn't have full context, full access to the information that you can get yourself. Still highly recommend going through the documentation of whatever you're using, especially third party, to fully understand it yourself, because you are going to have to go in there and catch things that AI just doesn't, because it just doesn't have the full context of what you're using. And the better you kind of understand the documentation and how a third party package or implementation works, you can just make things so much better. So I don't like just vibe coding, because especially when you're dealing with third party things, because it does not catch everything as it should. And just because I've done this before on a different app, like I was like, I caught that immediately. Like, why are you doing it like this instead of like this? And then you feed that context, and it's like, oh, you're right. I'll be right back. All right, so it seems like it updated two areas like I said it probably would. It updated my collectives loader. All right, hold on. Got some typed in there, some type errors right there, but let's see. All right, so like I said, it should have used my better off. Well, what better off suggested is to use to actually list organization, list user rotations off the API list organization, list user. No need to query separately. And just pass the headers from your session. Could I use no, really like that, and then check my members, which also has some type errors, but all right, get check admin permission. All right, and then you listed the invitations. Got my full organization. Where is it? All right, listed pending. Where's all right? Here it is. Off the API get for. Then you're passing in the slug into this organization slug. That looks right. Just trying to fix those type errors. Let's see what it's got. So basically, it's trying to grab invitations from the loader, which is right here, and only getting the status of pending. But what it's saying is this organization slug is not in that, does not exist on type, because it's saying omit. It's a better off thing for sure. Let me see. Members do not exist on type. Okay. So the only thing with better off is when you use those functions to get to list organization to list things, is that sometimes it doesn't return the full shape of the object as you would expect. So I might have to manually query. So I hope I'm trying not to, but let's see. Yeah, see, it says, like I said, type errors reveal. This sort of doesn't include a member's property, and it does not have a organization slug. So I guess does not return the full object. So I might need to manually get this. Check the documentation. So this just grabs the organization that a member is of. It's an active way to get the organization that the user is a member of. I'm trying to figure out why I even need members. I'm seeing memberships on map. Member name slug. Get role badge unnecessary. You're not a member of any collectives yet. Otherwise, grabbing all my memberships, creating a link to it. Here's the name of it, and here's a slug of it. And if there is a role, grab the badge. That's unnecessary, actually. Get role icon, which I actually don't want to do, so don't care. Figure out if it's saying this is not on my invitations. That's kind of weird. Yeah, so always tries to, so one thing about working with these agents, they always try to grab badges and rules and display them everywhere, which is okay in some circumstances, but honestly overkill in a lot. So don't need that. Let's check this. This is just the members of your collective organization. Username does not exist, which doesn't, because username was a custom field that I added, I believe. Yeah, so it's an additional field I added because I didn't know they had a username. So it does not exist on Better Off's implementation. All right, so I'm gonna tell it that. So I might need to actually manually call this one because username is its own custom field that I added. So I'm not using Better Off's default username configuration. That might be the issue why I'm not grabbing the username as it should be, because it's custom. And because I'm listing it as list invitations right here, and I'm getting the full organization, but it's returning members from the full organization and grabbing the members. Makes sense. It's not grabbing the username. And then also here, saying the organization slug does not exist on invitation. So it does exist on, let's see. I fixed it already. So it has organization. It was calling organization ID and organization slug. That's not this. So that was a good catch. Let's fix this one. Member dot user dot. Yeah, it's not gonna have because it's my custom setup, so I'm gonna have to tell it that. Yeah, that's what I thought. So because I set up before I used Better Off the first time, I had already set up an additional field as a username. So this is a custom field technically. It's not part of Better Off's implementation, which actually has its own username field, which I learned too late and don't feel like I need to go through everything and change everything. It's going to be very difficult. So it's just a custom field that I set up. So Better Off does not necessarily automatically have access to that field. So what I think it's gonna have to do is what I think it did is create a separate query to grab that and then add that. Let me see. Yeah, see, better off does not include username. Supplement with a single database lookup. So what it did is grab the user IDs, right? Username records. You're gonna find if it's in this array, then you're gonna add it to a map, which makes it just much easier to grab what you need. And then members map, make a copy, and then add this user. And if the username is in this map of usernames, then that's its username. Which not the worst way of doing that. Otherwise, I would basically just have to directly query the database instead of using this better off functionality because custom field it doesn't grab the username. Add this extra complexity, so I'm not sure what the best way to do that. It's not the worst way. Let me wonder, let's see what it says. That's what I thought. So AI suggestion is to just directly database query, which is probably what I would do since you had to do these complex joins, which and checking the arrays, which I don't like doing. Because maybe it's a big array of members, which is going to increase load. So honestly, it's going to rewrite here and it's going to directly query instead of using get for organization. So instead of basically having three database queries, it's just going to be two: the one for the list of invitations, and then another one to grab the organization that a member is part of. Yeah, so here it is. So it's gonna make this call and get back a member list and invitations. So find many where members are organization ID equals this collective.id. Order by that with, and then you're just including, this is what Drizzle's really good at, is including those additional relations once you set it up in your schema. With user with columns, safe user columns, which again, all right, that's better. Yeah, what up, Surf? All right, that's clean. I like that flow much better. Drizzle's really good at including all the additional tables that you need, especially when you're using relations like that. So I'm gonna go ahead stick with that. See what routes it added. Let's just it's on me. What is that 104? Oh, I know why. Didn't save it. Thanks. I don't like this form at all, so I'm gonna have to redo that whole thing, but I think I'm gonna make this a step form. Initial image, name, username, and then you're doing Wi-Fi mesh firmware, and then making. Then you just thought you were making spotlights. I mean, nah, like I understand what you mean, but right now, this I'm still pretty much in like the learning phase. Um, I won't say learning phase, but definitely like expanding phase. And I think building something like a social network teaches you pretty much everything across the board in terms of like how everything kind of integrates, learning algorithms, learning APIs, learning server set backend server setups, which honestly where I learned probably the most doing this. So I actually enjoy it. I just have fun doing it, and it's taught me a lot just by doing this one app that I've applied with a bunch of my other apps and things that I've already done for people. And when you're dealing with like social networks and social media and stuff like that, the back end is kind of crazy and the way you got to optimize things and like set things up, and it teaches you a ton about databases and handling stuff like that. So honestly, it's been extremely helpful. Even if I don't necessarily continue down this road, it's taught me a lot of how to handle all those different things and how they kind of all work together. It just teaches you a lot of different systems in one. But I know what you mean. I checked out I think it was your trailer that you put out for the game. Shit looks dope, man. Definitely reminds me of like the '90s PS1 Tony Hawk era for sure. PS1, PS2. When you launching it, or is it out already? KZM Burke. I don't know how you said it. KZMBRK. Kick, what up, man? Or ma'am. I don't know. I don't know which one it is, but what up? Do like that. Let's do this. Okay. What do you what do you build? Who you work for? Or you just freelance? All right, I want to find a different. I don't like that icon. I don't know if I'm going to even use the icon. No, I don't like that. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I'll leave for now. If I decide to change it, I'll change it. See, it changes form. Programming a wave is somehow possible. I mean, what you got looks pretty good. Like, I can't even think. Were there surfing games back in the day? Because that would be pretty dope. I know they had a bunch of like BMX games. I think they even had like some inline skating games. I don't remember seeing any like true surfing games. Yeah, Fun Awesome. I use Fun Awesome for certain things. Honestly, I would just use it for like brands and brand icons, honestly, because obviously they have like those paid tiers and whatnot. And Lucid has always been worked pretty well for me, and they pretty performative, I would say. They load pretty fast. Never had issues. I'll check out Fun Awesome. Let's see. Hey KZ, you made some dashboards and simple databases for solar energy company. I mean, that's pretty dope, man. Like you actually using your skills to build things. I wouldn't say it's not a big thing. I think it's bigger than most people have done. It's bigger than anything I've probably done. I just build apps for people. Still trying to learn too. Forklifts. I mean, that's basically what Tony Hawk started doing, right? That's when you started getting Spider Man. You started getting all those other crazy people in there. I think that was definitely the way to go. I don't know about a real life, just pure surfing sim, but the way you guys set up, I'll definitely play that. I still play Tony Hawk to this day. Like I still throw it on. It's not bad. Let's change that.
Yeah.
Let's go to. Hey man, appreciate the follow. All right, let's make this into. I think the form should be a staggered form. I haven't really done a lot of those, but can't be too difficult. Where am I? All right, man. Appreciate the follow. 3 a.m. is late, man. Get some sleep. You listen to these games on all app platforms? Like how's that working out for you? Because I'm about to start I got like a SaaS that I've been building right now that's we're about to start implementing like for payments and everything. Then I gotta start doing all the marketing and all that kind of good shit to get it, recurring subscriptions and whatnot. Oh, you mean you seeking the BPM? You talk about singing the music with the what's going on the screen? What do they take? They still take what, 30%? You only on Apple? What's the what about Android? What's their fees and whatnot? Matter of fact, I don't want to do this myself. Let me just. So I want to make this to a step form similar to how I have my crate. So when you open this up, say I want to post, takes you to the next step. On the image, takes next step. So I think that's what I want to do with this form. So I'm gonna tell it I want to turn this into a step form. Oh, it works. Yeah, I heard PlayStation is hard to get onto. Like they kind of like make it pretty difficult to get anything up on there. I know Steam is pretty open to most things. They got some crazy ass games on there. But Steam's getting pretty big, like just with the portables and everything. So I know a lot of people that kind of switched over from the consoles and are almost strictly PC players now. I actually see all those like what's those games that be popping up now? The what game was that just blew up? There's a lot. There's like a lot of those little co-op games that be blowing up on Steam now that they be making for like honestly not that much, but they be $6 grand for a dev kit. Yeah, yeah. I heard PlayStation ain't the friendliest in terms of like getting indie stuff started. All right, so I told it basically take what I have here already with my creation modal, which goes through steps and uses motion div, view 2, view 1. Basically, just reapply this for my actual creation form. So it takes you 2 steps instead of seeing this unwieldy just block of honestly shitty looking forms. So when you open this needs to all be fixed. But when you open this, you should just see this section, click the next button, then you should see all the details. Click the next button, and finally you should see a member invitation screen where you can obviously invite somebody right away or later. So it should be in here rewiring this. Okay, cool. Brought in my animation. And I need to sculpt this button. So when somebody clicks create a collective, you should say only verified members can. So if you haven't verified your account, you can't create one. So that needs to be scoped as well. Let's see what added. Using state to set the steps. All right, so it's basically scoping right now. You can't go to step 2 if the slug is not valid, if the form is not valid and the slug is not available, which I need to add some checking for that. Then on click step equals 2, and then step equals 2, then you set step to 1 and navigate back. This is from the back button. Set step 2 of step 1 of 2, and any details and links. Step indicator. Add some motion to it. Let's go back and look at it. Better, not exactly what I want, but this is just a test. Already taken. That ain't right. Mhm. Let me look that up. says check slug. Then you pass in. Organization slug to check. Let's see. Form. You're watching that slug debounced. 400. If it's not debounced and it's less than 3, then don't do anything. I'm checking, and when I'm checking, I'll client.organization.check slug. Slug.debounced. Then, if not canceled, would it be canceled? Catch. Interesting. Oh, so that's what it's doing. So stripping your name and putting it into a slug, which is fine. Refreshing. All right, so validation is broken. I need to fix that. Something's not working right with that. Avatar. So I gotta fix that. For whatever reason, it's saying that it's taken. Very clearly not. This is working. Adding. It's just reusing my image upload, which is fine. But can't continue because it's mistaken. It should be returning false when it's this should be happening. All right, let's see if that fixed it. All right, that's better. Fix that. And then failed. Cool. All right, I need to implement Zod as well, and I want to do React Hook. Can't tell. I do have it. Where is it? Hmm. Close together. Native. Working. Maybe. Okay, cool. Let's go to let's just try that. So upload. Available. Next. All right, that needs to be updated. It works. Why is this like that? This is like. Oh, so it's all like that. Overlook that or what? Is that background? Can't be. EG input times 30. can't be right. What? PG background. How is that possible? Leave it. Might figure out later. All right, so cover image. Let's access its registry. All right, collective. Too big. All right, let's do this. All right, motion is smooth. Flow is good. This needs to be widened for sure. My bad. Let's go here. All right, it's way better. Here's your identity, name, username. I do want to turn this into a different background. Cover image, tagline, bio. Double check everything. So before I create, let's just go ahead. Something went wrong. All right. Okay, that changed it. Inline flex and muted should be for better. Probably tone this down a little bit. Let's go 80. better. Is that how all my No, it's not. Okay, why is it like that? All right. Let's get in here. BG background. All right, that fixed that. All right, that's better. Okay. All right, that's better. And then check that error. Organizations. What the Organizations. There's some typo somewhere. All right, I don't want to spend all day searching for that, so I'm just going to copy this error. There's search and find what could possibly be causing that error because I'm not sure. I didn't see double S. Uh, why is that a problem? Oh, that's all right. I know why. Because my auth has use plural set up, right? So better off by default uses just singular table name. So it says user. It'll be user session account. And I don't know, after working with databases long before I switched to um better off, it was always taught to me to always use plurals. So I've always just been comfortable saying plurals, and it just makes it easier to kind of call which table you need. So I always pluralize my tables, which I had to set that specifically um, in better off. As you can see, I put use plural true to tell it to force to use the pluralization. I also set it in my schema, but that obviously created conflicts because when you use this organization plugin, it is already pluralized as organizations and then tries to pluralize that. So that caused a problem. And then, all right, so it went in here and it told the table specifically use these names. Don't pluralize what's there, but explicitly tell it this is the name you need to use when you're making those calls. So, all right, lesson learned. Let's try this again. I think I'm only on phase 3. Let me see. All right, what phase am I on? I think there's only 5 phases, but some of those phases are pretty big. Let's see. No, I'm only on phase 2. Damn. Nah, it's got to be phase 3. What am I on? I don't remember. But all right, let's try where we are right now. Refresh this. All right, username available. I'll probably hold on. Let me nudge that over. Okay, next, let's change this. Let's give you a, here, let's do that. Let's grab this Wu-Tang Lorem Ipsum. That didn't work. Again. Oh, that's what I gotta do. So I have a max here, which I don't like doing. Yeah. Let's add a tag. Let's add some links. Let's say Instagram, right? Let's add a YouTube. Okay, that looks good. All right, cover works, tagline, bio. I need to come here and fix this. I don't like hard limiting inputs. I will let you go over, but I typically pop up a counter here, kind of like Twitter used to do, letting you know that you're over the count and it will not submit. I think that's a better user experience where you can type out whatever you want and then you can go back in and cut down what you need. So I don't like doing that. I'll do that for these two because I have it set up in my tagline. And hey, appreciate the follow. I got it set up in my tagline and I got it set up in my bio right here, as you can see the count. So I'll probably have to take this over and then bring it back over here, which shouldn't be too hard to do. Just literally just copy and paste, but I'll get to that later. Let's see how it works. Something went wrong. All right, let's figure out what went wrong. All right, so I don't know exactly what happened there. Getting a 500 error for check slug for whatever reason. I think I know why. I don't even know if I set up my API yet. Let me check. Because on submit is toast navigate. You're posting to await fetch method post content type. All right, let's tell it to all right, something's going wrong. So I think it's, I don't know if I wired it up completely. Probably not, honestly. Pretty sure I'm going to need an API, which I have not set up. So that would make sense. Let's see if it's going in there. All right, so it's going to implement phase 3 right now, which is context switching and posting as collective. But I'm going to go eat real quick. I'll be back on here in a little. All right, I'm back. Grab something to eat real quick. Let me check on this program, see how far we've gotten. All right. So to go ahead and implement phase 3, which will implement our context switching and posting as said collective organization, however you want to say it. Let's see what it did. Okay, to handle posting and to handle context switching, it added a organization ID field column to my post table where it references the organization ID. On delete set no. Okay. So this is basically gonna handle, you can remove so if you have a collaborator, basically it's a post that has a collective and a user. If you remove said organization, it will just set the organization ID to null, which clears up that kind of cross-sharing referencing. And then it set an index on post organization ID. Okay. Then for comments as well, organization ID. So this is letting me post and comment as an organization. Post relations, organization as one organization. Looks good. One organization. And an organization relation. So organization can have many posts. Should have comments, no. No, I don't. All right. So what I was just thinking is, should I have many comments as well to many posts? But actually I should not, because the way it's handling that is just adding an organization ID to the comment. So it's kind of like a reference. So you can have ID, organization ID, which allows you to comment as either. And it's also still tied to my user. So let me see. Let me double check, make sure that is correct. And then it created a modal right here to switch into a collective, which will be similar to my switch sessions modal. Cool. Let's clear that out. All right, it's wiring up my switch modal to be able to work and function from anywhere, which should already be pretty easy to do, because in my root I already have a ton of things being passed down, because my header already contains a lot of information. So it will probably wire up my header next to switch and show the relevant information when I switch to a collective. So my avatar will become the collective's avatar or whatever, and then yeah, that looks right. All right. I'll need to double check, make sure my flow is right in my schema, so I don't have to keep adding to things. Let's see. What I normally do, which I did not do, don't know why, is I copy the plan and just copy it to my Sublime editor. I can just find it when I need it without having to scroll. 3, phase 4. Because my next phase will handle cross posting. My context is probably getting pretty large. That's why it's taking a little bit longer than it normally would. Um, I would typically I would open up a new chat, but because it's already has all the context in this full chat, I'm gonna try to finish out these different phases that it needs to do. All right, while I'm waiting for that, let's check out these. What I have set up so far. Oh, I can't actually. If I push those schema changes, I don't want to do that until these next few phases are done. All right, guess we gotta wait. I don't know what happened. It seems like it got stuck or something. I'm gonna just stop this. I like what I have so far. All right, so what I found sometimes I have to do is start a new chat. Let's restart phase 3. Like I said, I like to take the plan and bring it to a separate editor or Word, whatever, and paste it in there so I can get access to it in case something like that happens, because it's happened more than one occasion. And then I'm gonna bring it here and I'm gonna tell it it got stuck on phase 3. Can you pick up where it left off and finish it? And then I just paste it in. So typically gets things working again. So smart enough to know, like, I'm gonna auto it's already been implemented and it's gonna search the files and then it's gonna go ahead and figure out what got implemented and what needs to be implemented, and it typically picks up smoothly where it left off. I just think the context window just got too big. While I wait, let's check out some articles. Why not? I read TechCrunch. They typically have some decent stuff. The Facebook Insider building content moderation for the AI era. Caro, what's up, bro? Shit, I feel you. What you working on? All right, let me check on this. Online class for hacking, huh? What online class to teach you how to hack, bro? And what type of hacking we talking? I'm finishing building out this social, what I call a social network. It's more of a platform that I've been working on and off. So implementing some new features, going through that right now. Don't know if I like that generated. I'm probably gonna undo that. Jeez. All right, let's see what's been added. Type check. Right. So since I'm allowing context switching and allowing you to post and comment as a message as well as an organization or collective, as we are calling them, you needed to import that. Yeah, so you're inferring the type right here of the organization, so you can get the organization ID. And then target reply, identity name, if it's organizational name, username, or image. Image should be logo, but it's just falling back to user.image. Common identity name is organization name. Let's call that to username though. Should be no, not. It's gonna be organization slug or the user username if you are a user, and if you're an organization, you're gonna use a slug. If you're an organization, use a logo, and if you're a user, use the image, and then right and then you're getting the plug to their profile. All right. Okay, create helpers, that's right. Don't know if I need this. If it's an organization by, no, I'm gonna remove that. Unnecessary. Let's see what else. All right. Again, you need to infer all the types. Pull in organizations to infer the information I'm going to need for the post and the feed masonry. Updated my header. Added the switch model. So this is basically telling me if I key down Control E, it should open my switches count. But then why is this using Control L again? Oh, Control Shift and L is going to open my switch collective. I think I'm going to switch that. So let's go. Yeah, let's do this. So Control L is going to open my modal to switch to a collective, and then Control Shift and L is going to let me switch my account. I like that better. Again, scoping this based on active context. If it's active organization, then grab the name. Where is this going though? See where that is. Oh, my alt. Okay. Logo, image, handle. Okay, plug. Then you grab the information. Set active. Reload the window. Failed to switch to. Oh, this is how to handle back to switch back to my personal account. And then this is the actual modal switcher that it just put in, which I'll check live. Okay. Then my postcard again, bringing in the type so you can actually display it. So the name, image. It's not the name, it's going to be the actual slug. We're just going to info on the latest and popular exploits. Well, there's been a lot of those, I can tell you that. So you keep up on all of that, because there's definitely been a lot of exploits that have popped up, and it's, I think, going to continue to pop up because people are not even checking their code anymore. Display identity name is this. So it's going to be the username or the organization username. Looks good. Looks good. Here's the modal itself. Right. So you're listing the organizations, grabbing the data, and then set it to pending. Which is pending as what? Oh, okay, so that means organizations that are pending. There's an error. Oh, okay. So I think this just reused my modal account. All right, that's good. Put an index on this to make it faster. This is just a guard clause, I believe. All right. If I have an active organization set and you are a member of that organization, well, if you are specifically a admin or owner, so basically if you're not a member and if you're not an admin or owner and you're not included in this, then don't allow them to comment. All right, it's a guard. And when you're creating a comment here, you're passing the active organization ID. Cool. Same with posts. Let's see. Right, guard clause, don't let them post. Then you pass on the information. Oh yeah, I heard about that one. I feel like China always be hacking us. I don't think that's nothing new. I think they've been hacking us for a long ass time. We be getting hacked by North Korea. We just got hacked by Iran. The FBI got hacked by Iran. Like, there's so many exploits out there, especially nowadays. Not a bad idea how to learn about it. I'll be honest with you. All right, so I'm getting the organization ID from, what is this, load feeds? All right, so I'm finding the post, and I'm getting the organization. Same collection posts. Basically, I'm getting the organization now along with the post, so I can actually post and get their information. And if there is that parameter, I'm pushing this into the filters. Okay. All right, let's hear it. What's your theory? Posts. There's no slug. For sure, this just moved all this down. All right, so all right, this is my post page. This is how I get the post of the collective. Let's see the loader. Finding the organization that matches the slug, right? Make sure it's your organization. Status published, right? Not draft. Grabbing the counts, which I need for the post. This is just all infinite. This is all infinite loading. Again, most of this I've already set up before in my post, so this is just kind of copying and pasting it to this new functionality. And then you're passing this on to my masonry feed. It's going to do the same for all these feeds. So I don't need to do that. So I'm just going to roll back that migration. I like to do my own. And I'm going to tell it. So I like those changes. Let's just tell it to implement phase. What phase am I? 3? All right, 4. And since this is a new chat I opened, let me grab this plan. All right. So you think Russia or Iran probably has the full Epstein files, and they haven't released it because having dementia Trump in office is good for them in the war. I mean, as somebody who's traveled a lot, I've been to a lot of other countries, and some not always the friendliest to us. I can tell you they're not mad at what's happening right now. I'm not mad at all. We look crazy. We look crazy as hell for one. We look like we don't know what we're doing because we don't. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Russia has it. But quite honestly, it's probably, one of our allies that that has the full files. Let's be real. Those files are honestly, you don't even need to see the full files. From what I've seen of them so far, what has already been released, not even a third of what's out there, is fucking insane. I mean, it should be more than enough for anybody. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what are we talking about? Let that be about any other normal person, and they're getting fried, getting thrown under the jail. People just out here like this is just another day in the world. Like, this is crazy. All right, so it updated my schema with this new enums. Member to collective to member, so you can cross post, and then status, pending, approved, rejected, revoked. Cool. ERC table, cross post, ID, post ID, organization ID, requested by, which should reference users. It does. All right, it's changing the direction. So member to post, member to collective or collect to the member, status, and then approved by. Not super necessary, but okay. Then timestamps for when you do any of those actions, and then you index it. All right, that's smart. That's good. And then updating my relations. You have multiple cross post requests, cross post approvals, and posts have multiple cross posts. Cool. Here's the relations post, organization requested by and approved by. think that's it for schema. I don't think I need to add anything else. Should be able to go from there. Raise prices, keep everyone to try. I mean, there was actually a name for it. I forget the name of specifically what it was, but flood the zone. I think that's what it was. You just flood people with so much shit that they can't like focus on one thing too much. Gas prices are, we're at war, Epstein files. Like it's just like a nonstop deluge of shit. And like I'm somebody that I feel like I'm pretty informed, and even I'd be getting tired of like hearing about it because it's just too much. It's not like the days when you only news you'd ever really get was if you were tuning into like 5 channels. Now it's literally constantly in your face, whether you want to see it or not. So like, I mean, it's so easy to flood the zone these days, especially with AI. You can just pump out so much bullshit, so you don't even know what's real or fake anymore. We're kind of fucked. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, people hopefully are waking it up, but there's enough of them that aren't. All right, so let's see what else it did. All right, added a cross post to my feed. Cool. Here's the actual dialogue. You are not a member. Okay, this is how you send the request saying I want to post to that page. That's all things I'm going to have to check out. Here's notifications. Okay. Cross post request. Cross post approved. Icons don't matter. Such and such sent a, I don't know if I should call it cross post. All right, so I'm about to clean up this messaging. I don't want to say sent a cross post. What does that you do? Then you invited to a collaborator. I want to say something like wants to post this to blah blah blah. Then cross post approved. Approved. That's not saying. Let's just say something like posted your post. Oh, approved your post to blah blah blah. All right, let's try that. Think about that. That's good for now. Need to see it when I see it. And then we looked at that postcard again. No, I don't know why you changed that back. It's slug is what it needs to be. Mm-hmm. I don't want to cross post. If it is a cross post, I want to show the two avatars the names like you would see on Instagram collaboration, but I can fix that later. Can member to collective, share to collective. Can collective to member. Okay, and then schema did that. Routes. Here's my API. Here's my account. Change you to request. Yeah. Manage requests. Cool. Leave you like that. This is the request. Again, I'm gonna need to see it visually to know what I need to change. Here's my account layout. I added another tab. Let's call you request though. My notifications as well. Cross post, string, post ID. It is a UID, so let's remove that. Date schema. I'll probably copy this to, yeah, let's take this out. Go. Export. Create. Import. Here. All right, better. Here's my action. Grab what's getting sent. Safe parse it. Pull out the post ID or ID in the direction of its sending. Find the purse. All right. Find where the post equals post ID that's being passed. Post not found. Otherwise, find the first organization again. And then find here's the requester. And if it's from a member to the collective, then you're gonna find, make sure I'm a member of the organization, and then place it in this if direction is collected to member. Otherwise, you post it. Only db.insert. All right, and then this is finding who can actually approve it, so they get notified. And then you're gonna loop through it, and you're gonna so you're gonna create that notification for whoever should get it. If you're an admin or owner, then here's the message. Else if post that user ID is not. A collective. I don't like that. I gotta come up with better messages for that. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. All right, so here's the message I think I'm gonna go with. Let's grab requester ID should be hmm. Wants to wants to share this with share this too. Okay. And then to do name. No, it's gotta be a post. I think that's the only thing you can share right now. Wants to share this post. Yeah, Python is it's definitely next on my list of languages that I'm gonna try to learn. Seems pretty easy to learn. Doesn't seem too complicated. Especially if you already kind of have a grasp on like JavaScript stuff. So it's definitely something I want to learn. I think it's pretty useful in terms of like scripts and backends and obviously like AI and building like stuff like that. So that's definitely next on my list of things that I want to learn. I just started like really getting the hang of backends and SQL and all that jazz. That was a big step and a big kind of tool to put into my my toolkit for sure. But yeah, Python. Everything I hear about Python is like definitely something I think I could probably learn pretty quickly, and it's something I do want to learn. How long did it take you to end up learning it and like being pretty like efficient with it? All right, collective name wants to share this post. Share this post to, let's go feed. Let's go share this to your feed because I'm gonna grab the actual information about the post. Um, yeah, because I need to grab the information, so I need to get the images and all that jazz. So I need to definitely clean that up. Only pending request. Let's do this. Only owners, admins can approve this request. Only the post owner collected to member. What does that mean? Collected to member. I think this logic needs to be cleaned up. Yeah, I need to clean some of this logic up. And then check my feeds again. Status approved. All right, so you only grab the approved posts. All right, so I need to clean some things up. Yeah, that's one thing I have liked about Python language is it does read extremely clean, not like a ton of excess shit going on, which JavaScript can get pretty ugly, honestly. But I've just gotten really comfortable with reading it. That not a problem, but I do like how Python looks, and even though I don't necessarily know it, I feel like every time I like look at it, I kind of have a pretty good understanding of what it's at least trying to do. You build you building the apps? Um, I was always a tinker. I used to do a little hacking when I was like young. My first degree actually was going to be in computer engineering way back in the day. Uh, but I was hooping. I was playing in college, so that wasn't going to work for me. There was just no free time doing labs and everything. So I switched to a business degree, but I never stopped messing around with computers. Like I always kind of did my own thing. Taught myself kind of, I taught myself Ruby on Rails first, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, PHP. I was just building a bunch of websites, trying things out. Actually built this exact thing like years and years ago on Ruby on Rails. Very janky, but it did work. So that's kind of where I started. I started in JavaScript and PHP, and then Ruby on Rails. And then mostly doing a bunch of front end stuff for a good while there, but a little bit of PHP. But the last year or so, maybe 2 years now, I've kind of gotten full back into learning again and like really like getting my skills down like pat. So I've just jumped fully into JavaScript and learning that, and then React, and it just seems to be where like most of the work is, honestly, just React and JavaScript and do stuff like that. So that's where I started. And then next thing I want to do is PHP, and then just learn the backends is a big one that I've been trying to do, because they're actually a lot of work, because I do some freelance stuff right now and I'm trying to build that out. And backend is it's pretty active because not a lot of people do it, I think, that well. All right, so I need to clean this up. So, um, all right, so I'm telling you right now to check my setup. I don't think I quite got what I was trying to say. So here's how I want cross posting to work. When a member posts, marks it for sharing with their collective. The collective owner or admin will get a notification request to approve or deny. If a collective's owner or admin posts and marks it to share with their members, then they'll get the request to approve or deny. And if it's approved, it'll show on the respective feeds. If it's denied, it will only show on the original poster's feed. And then I also need notifications to show the image associated with the post, if there is one. All right. Along with the Also update my to-do codes in the API. Let's see what it does. You haven't built anything big yet, just simple ones. I mean, that's how I started. Mostly just a bunch of small ones. But honestly, and tutorials, I did YouTube tutorials like most people do. But I got bored. I really can't code and just build a bunch of things that I'm not like interested in, especially if it's just for learning and getting my skills up. So I was like, you know what? Let's just dive in. So I just picked honestly the thing that I wanted to do the most, the hardest thing I could think of, and then just start doing it. Um, One thing I will say about like using AI and with AI assistance in coding is that you can fuck up. Like you can make mistakes, and there is at least something to kind of help you fix things or notice things or like kind of push in the right direction. I used to use Stack Overflow a lot back in the day, kind of very similar. So when I first built this out on Ruby on Rails, Stack Overflow was like my go-to. Only thing I hate about that is that you'd have to wait, 2 days, 3 days, a month, 3 weeks. You had no idea like when or if you might get an answer to like one of your problems. So I do enjoy being able to like hit those roadblocks and then go straight to the chat and like see if it can help me out. But yeah, I mean, I would suggest just like build whatever you like no matter how hard it is, just start, and you'll be surprised like how quickly you learn some of the shit. But what's your favorite game? And post image into Chronicle so notification render mouse. You stored missing migration files. All right, let's see what it did. Organization, that name, let's share it to your feed. Okay, actor display. Let's share this post too. Cool. Make sure I include the image. Let's give this another look. So, what's this actor username? What's the show's post to collective name? Image. Okay, post image is where? Get post preview images. Did I already set that up? No, I did not. So it needs to. Preview image. There it is. What preview image? This is what I need. So post images, get the first one, and then just set that as the first one. And if it's a link, grab the metadata and then grab the image. Otherwise, if it is a note, grab that. That's what I need. That's exactly what I need. Here, let's just highlight this. Let's say we factor this to get the image or content for the request notifications. I don't gotta wire that. Mega Man Battle Network. I don't know if I know that one. I'm gonna be honest, I can't even remember the last time I played a Mega Man game. I'm trying to think. Last one I played, it might have been a Dreamcast one. Is that the one where you can like run around? You were kind of low key, like role playing as Mega Man. Which one is that? Maybe it was PlayStation Design. I don't remember. It was one of those. It was around that time period. It might have been. Mega Man. Mega Man Legends? That might have been it. Might have been Mega Man Legends. Dreamcast Space Station. I just remember running around some city. Okay, here is the function. Get post notification preview. Grab all this. Let the image be that. Grab it. If it's a link, then you're going to get the metadata. And you're going to pull back the image. And if it's a note, then you're just going to grab the note and you're going to return that. Okay. Let's see where else it is. Then here's the preview. Boom. Cool. We're getting close there. We're getting close. So I think that all looks good. Let's go ahead and generate this. You had it on GBA, Mega Man Battle Network. I'm assuming that's the one. That was on GBA. No, I don't think I know one. I was never like a huge GBA kid or huge Mega Man kid. But I don't know if you know this game, but game I played like obsessively, way too much, and I still sometimes is Golden Sun. I believe that was GBA. Golden Sun was my go-to game on Game Boy Advance for sure. She was like crack. Okay, so there's no errors. Now let's run this. Got one more phase I need to clean up, but see the nope. Something wrong on my routes. No. Where am I? Oh, there I am. It's right here. What the hell? Oh, cross post request. All right, I'm trying to figure out why it was called that. Cross post. Count slash request. Cross post request. And my collective route is manage members. Manage slash request. Let's do that. Let's just save that. Post. Queue that up again. Me post an organization that is either not exist. Hmm. I'm pretty sure I did the generation right. Let me check. Oh, nothing happened. All right, let's try this again. All right, that worked. Let's get this. Let's stop this. Okay. Let's come here. Right. You. Yeah, let's grab you. All right, there we go. Come back here. Okay, there it is. Switch or don't like that. Hover is weird. Oh man, I'm pretty sure there's still some emulators out there. I would definitely. I don't know if you like RPGs or not, but it's definitely an RPG. Um, kind of like Final Fantasy, but also like a mix of like Final Fantasy and Pokemon. Like you go collect like these monsters, you evolve them, you fight them. Like it's hard to explain, but it was something that I'm surprised they have not done more of because I think there was a second one, but I don't think they've done anything with it in years. But that was honestly probably one of my favorite Nintendo games ever made, and one of my favorite RPGs for sure. I'm pretty sure they definitely probably still got it out there in the emulators. I think that's working. There you go. I got it on like every computer I got. It's pretty fire. If you like RPGs, it's fire. I would definitely say that. I had at least 200 plus, 200 plus hours in that at least. I don't know why that shit ain't hovering. I don't know what that hover is. Let me figure that out. All right, let's worry about that later. So let's go to create. Let's try this one more time. Artist X available. Let's add this. As a matter of fact, let's save that. Let's go. Grab my Wu-Tang alarm. Grab this. Give that. Add a tag. We'll leave this right here. Only public web domains. What the f does that mean? Oh. Something went wrong. All right, let's check this. Reload this. Go back through the steps. Wait, better fetch. All right, so better off throwing me some check slugs 500 error. Just copy that. Hey, if you play that game, you gotta let me know how it is. Know if you feeling it or not, because that is one I highly vouch for.
Yeah.
Appreciate the follow. I'm trying to think what else was on the GBA back then. Oh, Mario Tennis. Mario Tennis GBA was like that. Let me see if I think it's the one I'm thinking about. Yep. Mario Power Tennis for GBA was fire. I would download that ROM as well. And I'm not even like a big Mario sports guy, but that one was crazy. These are Power Tours, Power Tennis. This is one of them. I think it was Power Tour, something like that. Oh, there was a DBZ one too that I played. Damn, let me think about it. It was a Goku one. DBZ Legacy of Goku. If you like Dragon Ball Z, that is a must play. I'm not sure what these errors are happening. Copy. Paste. Okay. Tools, great collective. And I got a 500 error. All right. All right, let me check this out on submit. Feel like I'm not grabbing. C/create. Why is it C/create? Yeah, I'm definitely not fetching. I need to be fetching an API. I don't know why I'm handling it like that. Let's see. definitely be. Let's go fix these errors. So what I think is happening is they're not. I don't think I'll properly configure this, or I let the AI, but I don't think I'll probably configure this. What I think is happening, I don't know why it's calling fetch. Not how I normally do it. I normally like to hit my API and call so I can set the database specifically. I don't think that's happening. So, or maybe. Yeah, I wasn't much of an Xbox kid, honestly. I've always been a PlayStation guy from day one. PlayStation 1 had me hooked since Metal Gear Solid, and I ain't never let up. Um, I'm still getting that error. Yeah, I've been like I said, I've been a PlayStation guy for a minute, ever since Metal Gear Solid, God of War. Like those definitely had me hooked. Um, Obviously Halo. I was a big Halo guy. Gears of War. My homie had the Xbox, and we was over there every day playing Fight Night. That was definitely the one that had me on Xbox heavy. But other than that, I wasn't a huge on Xbox. PlayStation had me. I was a big Metal Gear Solid guy, so that one had me stuck. Oh, God of War. I remember the old days. You used to get those demos in the magazines. That's what got me hooked. I played that first opening scene with the what was it, the Hydras? Not the Hydras. I think it was the Hydras. And ever since then, I was like, yo, what is this game? You don't like the new ones? All right, I was right. I was like, I don't know why we're not calling the APIs. So it changed this. Well, it created an API to check the collective slug. You know, it should just be check slug. Why did check slug fire? That's interesting. All right. So I had a couple issues. I had an issue with Better Off's check slug supposed functionality that wasn't working. And I guess AI's choice instead was to try to fix that, just rip the whole thing out and put it in its own API. So this is a custom one. Nice looking 50 though. So set up our own custom slug check, which, you know, fair enough. It's honestly not that hard to do. And then added a guard to my header because I was firing an error. And then let's see if we can figure it out this last one. I'm still getting this plural issue, which I thought I figured out. All right, so I guess it might have been the S still causing a problem. All right, let's try that out. Like the YouTube clips of it. Man, you gotta play it, man. I ain't gonna lie, the first one, 2000 and what was it, 18? Just God of War, just the first one when he's out there in Norse mythology, might be my favorite game of all time. Not even exaggerating. I beat that on with the hardest difficulty. Beat all the Valkyries. It's just shit was immaculate. That's the only word I can like paint for that game. It was immaculate. And I don't even be playing games like that anymore, but that'll get me back any day. All right, test number like 10. Let's try this again. Let's go here. Thanks. Let's open up my console. Errors. All right. Good. Pops my model. I don't know what that. It's not even full screen. Weird. I'll worry about that later. All right. Here. Same shit. Hmm. All right, maybe this last fix will fix my goddamn issue. Let's try that. again. Um, huh. Let's try that again. Why'd that work? It worked, but it didn't. So I got an error saying it didn't work, but it actually did create it, which is always an annoying one. But here it is. This needs to be fixed. I don't care about that. Oh shit. All right, we're making progress, but things need to be cleaned up. Let's go. These down. What I had to do. I have to make a list of this. Here's the members. Okay. 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 I make the organization settings page. Then I need to. All right. I know what I do. So it created because it didn't throw any errors when it actually created, but it did not show me the right toast message, and it didn't redirect like it was supposed to. So that's one area that needs to be fixed and cleaned up. If we look here, what's my submit action is. So it's supposed to try this, which it did post, and then wait for the response. And if the response is success, and I get the slug back, which I did not. I don't seem to be getting response. Should get this toast and then navigate. Instead, I got this. Something went wrong. So I'm tell it to clean up my submission. And but I didn't get routed. It's page. Can you fix that? Do that. Control F. All right, I'm tell it to fix that, and then let's fix something else. That's weird. Let's do that. You played League of Legends for 6 years and nothing else. I kind of feel you, man. Like, I guess I ain't really play games in a minute. But last time I was deep, honestly, I played Helldivers for about 2 years straight. And I think that was the only game I played. I was dabbling on stuff. Ghost of Tsushima is one of them, but it was straight Helldivers for 2 years. I had to take a break, but I was 2 years deep into that game. So I get it. I definitely get it. Hmm. All right. I feel like this is overcomplicating. One of the main issues with AI is that when you start working with third party packages and features, it does not have a clear understanding of what is coming back. It makes a lot of assumptions about what is coming back. So you have to really dig into the documentation when you kind of start using outside sources and not building everything custom. And better off, I found it makes a lot of assumptions. It's just not how it works. So here's the hook. All right. So one cool thing about Better Off is you can take this whole documentation, just copy the markdown, and I just bring it back to my code. And I'm like, hey, here's the documentation on organizations. Give me a clean solution to handle creation and redirection. So I just take the whole markdown, copy it, and I just paste it into the chat. And I'm like, yo, here is the full markdown and documentation. Makes it very easy for it to parse what it needs to and quits making those assumptions, because it does make a lot of assumptions about how it might work, but not necessarily how it does work. So paste that in there. Okay, let's see what it did. So I don't see too many changes. So basically, it set up a maybe result, and if it is unknown, then here is what it expects type wise, and then if there's an organization tied to this, okay, then here's the data that maybe, and then if it returns a different shape, create it strictly from the database, which don't love, but we'll see. Yeah, I really don't love doing this. I don't like calling the database from clients, so I'm gonna figure out a better way to do this. Because I had actually done this before. Let me see if I can find that. I do not like calling the server from clients. So let's see here. I've actually done this before from a different app. Let me go look at that app and see how I had that working. Okay, so I'm gonna be app. Let's... Here's the great organization. Great workspace. Okay, I think I see where I messed up. Organization, I create name, slug. Organization, I create. Okay. I think I literally just made up. Damn. The hell? Barbara Florence, what's up? I'm pretty good. How are you doing? Oh, what? Okay, I think I figured out the issue. So how it had it set up, which again is why you don't just let AI code everything. Um, it made some assumptions about better which were kind of close but weren't, and there's what is causing my issues and why things aren't getting created the way they're supposed to. Is I tried to call. Let's see if I can find it. So I tried to call this return type of auth that API dot create organization, and it's calling that in. Oh, oh, actually, it is. Never mind. Hold on. I'm wrong. Actually, I was assuming it wasn't calling it in my action, but it is. All right, bro. Man, have a good night. Like I said, man, definitely have to tune in again. Got to chat. Got to see how you liking Golden Sun. Um, why the hell is it not working then? Hold on. Body headers.
Yeah.
Hey yo, appreciate the follow. All right, so this is doing it client side. I'm trying to figure out why it was not working. Let's just give this a shot and see if it fixes what it needs to fix. If not, I'll have to create a whole separate API and handle things on then, or I'll have to handle it client side, which I don't love doing, but Better Off does pretty well with land loaders. Um, where am I from? I'm from the US. Where are you from? All right, we got some conflicts going on. Let's see. From VA. That's dope. I'm out here in the West Coast. Do I stream daily? Nah, I definitely don't stream daily. Could start stream more consistently, but not daily. I would say every other day, every couple days. All right, I have this error. All right, I mean, it's kind of working. If I come here and I go to my collectives, it's in there. But if I open up, oh, it's there. Now if I switch the context, not house. Oh, there we go. Change the header. And now I should be commenting and posting as this. Try this again. Switch back. Okay. Fun and attractive content. I am the fun and attractive content to my stream in my channel. Error is a schema mapping issue. It's still querying the default. Okay, I'll think about it. All right, we're getting deep into this now. So another conflict I have a whole invitation system already set up, but that just handles invitations to the site itself because I have scoped it to only creatives and creators that can do it. It also helps vet and weed out a lot of spam and bots and whatnot to the site. But naming convention wise, it created conflict because better auth when you import the plugin for organizations, it already comes with its own kind of schema, and one of that is invitations. While it did get renamed, it's still trying to kind of query that, which is causing an issue. So what it said was, okay, remove this and added this to actually query the correct table, because this is what it's called in my schema. Okay, member. Guess I don't need this anymore. No, I don't, because it fixed the other issue. Which ones? This one. All right, so name my model organization. So that's what fixed that. All right, cool. I'm gonna be honest. I make stuff too, so I probably wouldn't hire somebody to outsource anything like that, and I fully capable if I wanted to. But I appreciate it. Okay, that should fix that. Let's try this again. Um, yeah, that button's weird. I'm gonna go to my account, collectives. All right, let's try this again. This is just a test. Create you. It's not feeling anything right now. Let's just create. Still did it. All right, so all right, I must tell it. This is how I did it before. Let's see. All right, so this is what I'm gonna tell it to do. I'm gonna tell it to place this into an API instead. I think it'll be cleaner. And then if I reuse this somewhere else, like a mobile or something else, it's gonna be easier to call than handling all this. So all right. After this, after it does that, I'm probably gonna hop off. Been doing this for a good minute. I'm gonna take a break, refresh for something else, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see how long I've been going. 7 hours? Jeez. Crazy.
Now, this is the saddest.
All right. See what it did. Obviously, I had a route removed all of this. This was getting very messy, so I'm kind of glad I moved all that. You're waiting for now, instead of just fetching on this, you're fetching from the API, and you should be waiting for a response to come back. And that response here that you post, you should get a response back, and if the result is success, then you should throw this. And then here's my API. Basically, just copy and pasted this code here. Here's the action. Yeah, this is my guard clause, creator role. Okay, find, make sure that users to role is a creator. And if it's not, then you can't create a collective. Just what I want. And then try, wait that request for the body. So whatever the request is coming from, you try that. If not, there's this error, and then you're gonna clean it, safe parse it, and then if there is not a success, return this error message. And here's the parse data. You're gonna get the tags, and then you're gonna make a copy of the organization data. And then here's the result is the awaited of this type from here. And then create organization, which is the correct function to use on server side for better off. And then here's the headers, body is, you're gonna again clean this, which should be need to fix that, but here's, you're not allowing any HTML tags basically, or any allowed attributes in the tagline, bio, or name. And then here's any errors. If there is an error, you're going to try to create from database. Find the first one. Yeah, so you're going to try to get this. Basically, if this better off fails, you're going to try to manually create it and then pass that back. Otherwise, you're going to fail it. And if there's no result, return fail. Otherwise, may result. Organization. Okay, tag names. All right, here it is. And then here's the success that you were looking for. Slug warnings. So I need the slug so I can kind of redirect there. And then any warnings that I get back. So looks good. Like I said, making progress. Got a lot farther than I thought I might have gotten with this, but making progress. The basic functionality is actually there, and it looks good from what I've seen. But I definitely need to tighten a bunch of things up, and I might do that next stream, or I might do this offline. We'll see. But we will continue this. And other than that, man, thank you guys for watching. I'm about to hop off.